Hello, welcome to Automat Live Coding. On this stream we are writing a desktop automation tool which is based on those small blocks, small toys that can be connected together to perform some actions. This one, for example, is a macro recorder that can record. It can manage other objects. Specifically, it records like a timeline of key presses. It can then be played back, and the keys are being pressed. I can change how things are connected. I can use different objects to do different stuff, react to hotkeys being pressed. For example, change the D key with a mouse button. This kind of stuff. And we have been writing this for over a year now. Maybe not on stream. On stream maybe like 6 months. But we have two versions. We have one version for Windows and one for Linux. They share most of the code base, but not all of it. The parts very close to the main thread are distinct. So today we are going to merge some of those. Right now, one big difference between Linux and Windows version is that on Windows we have a dedicated thread for rendering. Now, today we would like to introduce the same thing on Linux. We will take a look at how the Windows code is working, and we'll most likely move all of this into some Automat class that can be shared between different operating systems. So let's take a look. Oh, and there was a question last time from TTS about the Discord. I found an old Discord for Automat that I've set this up when I was like starting the project. I haven't been publishing this anywhere, but I think you can use that. Anyway, I guess I should fill the links under the video. We'll do that at the right time. This is how I start cursor. So I was actually patching the code of the cursor editor to get those backgrounds. Because of that, I don't run it from app image, I run this from extracted app image. Okay, so let's take a look at Linux main. This is a massive file. I can fold it so that it's more easy to parse. So we are pulling some libraries, setting up some Linux specific objects. Some more variables. Okay, let's try cursor. I think cursor is could work nicely here, because we are not going to ask it to write any code, but I want to ask cursor to find shared logic between this file and Windows main, or Win main. And this seems perfect, because we can just send those two files as context. And language models are actually good with this kind of stuff. If you don't ask them to code for you, but just to provide some suggestions, It's usually fine. Run on Windows thread and we use this. Apparently we do. I think this we might change actually Windows thread ID. Yeah, because threading will kind of we will share a lot of this stuff. Windows thread, Windows version looks much cleaner, I would say. Like just from the top level, it's very long, right? It feels cleaner though. Okay, let's switch over to chat. I should move this to the left part of the screen. Can I do that? This is the secondary sidebar. It's also pen headers. It could be useful. And what context do we want? Main HH, CC. should be fine. And we can ask different chats. So let's see. So this was 01 mini, okay. I'm still trying to find a good use for the chat interface. I see that chat interface is all over the place in marketing materials for Cursor and Copilot, but it was always just wasting my time whenever I tried to use that. It took a while. It loves to do that, like repeating what you just asked it. I sometimes wonder whether this is because they actually bill you for tokens generated, so the models that generate more tokens are more easier to monetize. Okay, but this is shared mostly. Okay, it looks like it didn't carefully read the code. Again, it didn't read the code. Actually, a lot of this, I think there are some ideas here that we could use. For example, I'm thinking that we could actually move most of the code to automat.cc, where we have almost nothing. Where is init automat? And yeah, we could have like a virtual class that implements OS functions as a backend. That class will have to take over the main thread. And this loop here, is this WM quit? Okay, unfortunately I'm not developing this on Windows right now, so I cannot check definitions. One thing I really like about my build infrastructure is that I don't need this crap. I don't need CMake, I can do if-def something, include something else, include something else, and the Python script I wrote will just follow the preprocessor includes blah blah blah. Okay, let's ask the same question some other model. Maybe not O1 mini. Let's try cursor small. Okay, this is actually a better suggestion already. It looks like it ignored the context. So cursor was a little bit better than O1. Let's try O1 preview. Maybe it's going to be different. Cannot use that. GPT-4o, maybe. This doesn't make sense because this we never. Okay, maybe there is like one at startup. There is one place where we do resize window and we change its position. By the way, those two should be the same function because they are done by the same operating system API call. So if they were the same function, they wouldn't need to share a state, handle events. Yeah, window manager is probably fine. Follow, let's try Sonnet. And I left Sonnet for the end because Sonnet is very good at generating code. So maybe it's also good at providing suggestions. Okay, no babbling. Wow. Yeah. This is a good one. And the stuff at the end is okay. Sonnet is way better. Way better than the others. Actually, I asked it 2 times and 2 times it provided like a perfect example. Nice, I am impressed. But this is not how we are going to do this. I mean, we could introduce more and more reuse, but I would actually like to do it differently, like that. I have init automat and stop automat. They should be in the same file. So this is it's just a different entry point that sometimes is present on Windows. When do we use that? When we want to send a Windows message. Yeah, there are some things that can only happen from the main thread. So I would like to introduce a single function here that will contain the top level main function. How is the main looking? So Windows provides command line in a slightly different way.
Winter Sleep says,
You.
Hey.
How are you doing?
Quite well, thanks. We are almost done with refactoring, so I'm happy about that. After we finish refactoring, I'm already starting to think what function we could implement next after we have that.
Good to hear.
And I still am not sure what exactly. We could either do those.
Wow, what are you building?
Oh, so Can I run this? So this is something like AutoHotkey. It's a small app that I can use to create, for instance, stuff like that. I can click a mouse, right? So this object is going to press the mouse, this object is going to wait like 200 milliseconds, then this one is going to release the mouse, and I can run them in a loop. So every 5 seconds I will click a mouse. When I hold my mouse here, it will click itself. It can also click on itself. So I can build small toys that can manipulate my desktop. This is meant to play games actually, especially the ones which are grindy, like where you have to grind gold or grind experience. It just closed itself. And yeah, right now we are unifying the platform-specific main code. I'm actually wondering what would be the next project that we could take on. I did a lot of cleanups. Yeah, exactly. And okay, there are some bugs. The more objects we add, the more... Okay, it's still clicking stuff. Stop. The more objects we add, the more stuff this thing can do. So this is, for example, an object that can react to a hotkey, right? So I can run a timer. For example, when I press F1. So now when I press F1, it runs this like 10-second timer or 1-second timer. So the more objects we add,
connect to each over, loop over to a task.
Yeah, the TTS is getting delayed. So we had plans to add new stuff here. It depends. Actually, controlling the desktop, like sending events, this is not hard at all.
Wasn't simple to implement.
There is a lot of custom approaches to everything here, so it was a lot of code. It works differently than most applications. The rendering system is our own custom. Because we have a lot of animations here. Actually, this is interesting. This is a little bit laggy. Curious. Yeah, and because we animate a lot of stuff, the traditional GUI frameworks didn't work so well.
Whatever I code makes me stronger.
True, very true. Yeah, so I'm thinking about the next project because I think this week we will probably still refactor, but next week I expect we will start some crazy project. I'm leaning towards that one, because this is very unique and nobody will do something like that.
Does that owl have the Sheringan?
So that owl actually is like recording your keyboard actions. So it even activates the Sharingan when it's recording. Yeah, so my hands are here. Still plenty of bugs, but we are slowly getting there. Yeah, not many people notice the Sharingan though. This is actually totally invisible unless people actually watch Naruto.
What is that assembly environment?
So I think there was a game which looked this one, Human Resource Machine. Yeah. So there is this game here that allows you to write programs using like sequences of instructions. It's a game, it's a programming game, essentially. So the plan here is to do something like that, but instead of doing toy instructions, we'll use actual assembly. So you will be able to operate on registers. It will look slightly differently. It will not be like a list of kind of colorful boxes. It will be more like a table, but still it's going to be a true assembly editor that looks maybe not exactly like this game, but it goes in the same direction. And the point is that whenever you have an environment which has those connections, it always ends up like a spaghetti. You always end up with a mess of connections. You know, objects pointing everywhere, literally. So the plan with assembly environment is that it will simplify the spaghetti. It will be just a single object that can control the execution flow, but also is going to be just ridiculously fast, because assembly is fast. And yeah, the reason I want to implement this, because this will let us brag that Automat is faster than C, which is the it will mean that the performance of Automat will essentially have no upper limits. We'll be able to do just crazy stuff.
Mayo.
I could use a clear button. So this is the thing I'm leaning towards too right now, but we still don't have the macro finished. Keyboard macros are still meh.
I'm looking forward to seeing Automat being faster than C.
Yeah. So yesterday my brother, he told me that, well, actually you can use assembly in like many programming languages, right? Many programming languages have this backdoor that allows you to write assembly if you need to implement something really, really efficient. And in many benchmarks, there is the benchmarks game. So always when somebody tries to really push a benchmark, they will resort to those tricks, like using intrinsics that will do like vector operations. And I feel like this is not very representative.
How is Swift better than C?
It could be. It could be because C has a very... C has a roughly... So the memory model that C uses is based on old machines, like how computers used to work before multithreading was a thing. And Swift can... I assume Swift probably has a little bit lighter memory model, so that the compiler doesn't need to... Maybe the compiler can reorder more stuff. Or when somebody is const in Swift, it can probably inline this stuff better. Behind the scenes, Swift is using the same compiler as C actually. So this is the same compiler backend, it's just probably the memory model is a little bit more kind of friendly. Like, it's probably closer to how people write the code, and yeah. So to actually unlock quote-unquote full performance from C, you have to remember about a bunch of things. For example, every pointer you have to put like restrict. Yeah, do stuff like that. And this tells C that there is, hey look, when I allocate this memory, there is no other pointer that can actually point at it. Because without the restrict keyword, the compiler has to assume that, hey, maybe there are like other threads or other whatever pieces of the program that can look at this memory. So instead of doing stuff purely in registers, it will have to just copy stuff to main memory back and forth all the time. Rust is also pretty good at that. I think in Rust, if Rust is in the happy path, it will probably also be faster than C. It rarely happens though, because C is very constrained in terms of what you can do. But in a very optimistic scenario, the same. Rust can do this aliasing analysis. I mean, Rust doesn't have to do, because in Rust, that's the point. The programmer does the aliasing analysis. I don't know much about Zik. I cannot speak about this. I should check this out. The thing is, whenever I hear about Zik, I also see that it's being developed still very actively, and this is what actually burned me with Rust. So I used to write a lot of Rust. I have a bunch of projects in Rust. None of them work right now because of the changes in the language. So I'm very reluctant to try Zig right now because of that.
It looks promising. Oh.
Yeah. By the way, this is my favorite benchmark for programming languages. Those are the only people who approach this like really, really professionally. They make sure to not do this crazy thing where, you know, for example, in Java, right? Probably if you wanted to have like a great solution in Java, you could like implement the algorithm in C and use JNI to call it or something like that, you know. This is not really Java anymore. The same with C programs that use assembly or even intrinsics. I think even intrinsics are a little bit like cheating. So the thing is, in Automat, we are not going to have a regular control flow. The only control flow you will have is actually going to be based on assembly. So this is going to be the native language in Automat, just assembly. I still don't know what assembly, whether I want to use the LLVM IR or maybe some specific architecture. I have no clue. Anyway. I think there are so many quality of life things that we should still implement in the macro recording world. I think at least one part of Automat should be finished before we move on. Okay, so let's think about what's happening here. We want to unify Windows and Linux main, kind of top-level logic.
Are you self-taught?
It depends when you start learning. Whether you're self-taught. I started early, but I went to university, so I have a formal education. Actually, a lot of formal education. I finished studying like 2 years ago only. I spent like, I think, 14 years at a university. Let's do a new page. Let's call this just threads. So, what we can say, there are two entry points. There is the main. So this is the Linux. The Linux is going to be red. And there is this crazy thing here.
You seem really knowledgeable about programming languages, how they work in the basic. So I thought I might ask. Basic level.
Yeah, I used to work in security, cybersecurity, and so when analyzing malware, you have to often cross boundaries of multiple languages. You have, like, it's always a mix. You always have some kind of entry point that's implemented in some usually high-level language, but then you have the stuff inside, which is almost always implemented in C or C++. Actually, no, I once have seen a virus written in Rust. I've seen one on Android. It was on Android. And in Go, I also have seen malware in Go. Like, those are very unusual languages for, writing malware. But it happens.
Cybersecurity is just like a cyber detective's. Sherlock Holmes.
Yeah. And it's very interesting when you work on botnets. You're not, but some of the people who come to the stream are very, very bot-like. But so one thing is that it's not always the bots. Sometimes there is this whole niche in the online abuse ecosystem where people come up with schemes. So there is a person who comes up with a way to trick people, right? To scam them. But instead of doing this themselves, they hire other people, and the other people, they just execute a script, and this makes it very bot-like. So when you encounter a scam like that, it may seem like you're talking with a bot, because somebody is literally repeating the same lines over and over. Like you heard this 10 times already, and somebody comes in and says the same thing. So on Twitch, for instance, there is this fun scam where somebody comes to your stream. This happened 4 or 5 times to me already. Step 1 is they politely talk to you, ask you about what you're doing, and so on. Then they compliment you. Then they say, can I ask you a question? And they don't ask you the question.
Damn, I did that initially.
Yeah, but you didn't follow the script, so okay, I don't know if the streamer doesn't respond. I usually respond, I say yes. So then they say that they are an artist and they make art for streamers. So sometimes they don't even say that. Sometimes they are an artist and they have a web page. So then they ask you to look at their portfolio. And then you open their portfolio, and the portfolio is full of just randomly generated like assets for streamers. This maybe now it's AI, but it wasn't AI in the past. It was just generated from scripts that literally they took like a bunch of different images and they blended them one over the other.
Then they say single moms down the street.
And like the next thing was, and then they ask you for reviews and or recommendation. And they say, hey, could you star me? Could you add my link somewhere? Oh, and there is one more thing. They often ask for Discord. But not Discord like a channel. They ask for your Discord ID. And I don't know what happens after that. I fell for this once.
Randomly generated single moms. Lo, they be getting sophisticated. Did you ever fall for it?
So I don't know where does it lead to, but I once went to this point. So I gave them my Discord ID. And they didn't pester me, they didn't write or anything like that. But afterwards, I had, like I said, like 4 different identical conversations, like almost line by line, especially this part. This is very indicative. The way they ask for whether they can ask you a question, like very polite, you know, almost too polite. Usually when people have a question online, they just ask this. But probably they need to get buy-in from you. This probably increases conversion. Yeah.
What if I'm Agi Low? You wouldn't know.
True. Sometimes, sometimes it is creepy. Sometimes, because the crazy thing about anti-abuse is that, or like detecting botnets, is that the metrics that you have are usually terrible. So what you have accuracy. Accuracy is very hard to determine because you need to have some ground truth. Nobody's going to give you ground truth, whether they were a bot or not. So the ground truth that you get is only approximate. There are sometimes some tricks, but even they can be worked around by, clever botnets. Anyway, even if you manage to get an accuracy for bot fighting, there are 2 cases. You can either have very high accuracy, like 99%, or like close to 100. And this is actually a terrible situation to be in, because if there are bots and they are attacking you, and you can block them with 99% accuracy, then they shouldn't be attacking you. And then this means that probably they are still getting something out of you. You may not even realize that they are actually winning.
There is the fun game called Human or Not. You join a chat with someone and don't know if it is a bot or another player. To get 100, just tell them to say the N-word.
Interesting. But unfortunately, the professionals, they use uncensored models. So when it comes to accuracy, if you're catching botnets reliably, then this is actually bad. If your accuracy is very high, then it means that for whatever reason, the bots are still kind of happy abusing your service, even though you're catching them.
That's my game plan in Human or Not. Have you played Human or Not?
No. But there are ways to detect bots, even good ones, even the best language models. You have to ask them something that involves physical world, like not physical world, but like mechanics of the physical world. For instance, you can tell them about a map of a room, and you can tell them, hey, I'm taking this many steps north, this many steps east, describe a riddle like that. And a person who reads this, they will be able to either draw this on paper or in their heads reason about this. But a language model, it doesn't have the kind of scratch pad to do this kind of reasoning.
Did you do machine learning or AI engineering?
I used to work on language models, but that was a long time ago, long before large language models became popular. Long even before they were, before they became popular, they were very small and very purpose-built tools to do very specific things.
Really?
Yeah. So it was before the Transformer era. In 2014, roughly, when Transformers became popular, and this is when all of this started to gain traction. And this is where I already kind of was finishing my kind of work. So I stick to recurrent networks. All of the language models that I wrote, they were recurrent. Yeah, and one valuable thing I got from this is that I do not confuse language models for intelligence. Language models are just language models. This is how they operate. Like watching a poor language model in action is very...
Is the AI company you worked at still around?
I used to work on this at university. Do I have this? Let me check quickly.
Based opinion, LM does not equal intelligence.
Yeah, so in my PhD, I spent like 7 years working on my PhD. Initially, I wanted to generate paraphrases. So nowadays, this seems very trivial to do with language models, but then like in 2014, it still wasn't. So a paraphrase is another formulation of the same thought, but using different words. And I was trying to do this using language models. But I did a presentation to the Academy of Sciences, and they said that this approach is a bad idea and that I should not pursue this as my PhD, which by the way tells you about how stupid all of this is. Because nowadays, if you want to generate paraphrase, you would use a language model, right? But anyway, Academy of Sciences told me that this is a bad idea and that I should do something different. So I spent another couple of years working on using LLMs, not LLMs, just regular language models to do code completion. So something like Cursor does. So when I write this, like stuff like that, this kind of completion. When I type void, it kind of completes the line. The stuff that I wrote was actually working very differently than the Cursor or others. Because what I was doing, I'm looking at so my solution worked like 100%. It was like totally different than all of the code completion like on the market. So what I was doing is I was looking at how fast you are typing, and when you made a break, or when my kind of one of my models said me that you will be like stuck here for a long time, then I would ask language model to fill a gap. And I was just looking at time like very, very carefully. So when you, for example, were writing very quickly, I would complete like a piece of code like instantly, because like recurrent neural networks are like incredibly fast, and so all of this was running locally. So it was literally when you pressed a key, before you released the key, the completion was already written. But then like you deal with completely different issues, because you often interrupt the user in coding. So I had a mechanism to, for example, cancel the completion, to roll it back, and to use this to fine-tune the model. Because this was all running locally, small language models are very cheap to run. And the ones that I was running were actually character-level language models. So they didn't even use full words as tokens. They used single, literally, bytes as tokens.
Interesting. What did you use? A DNN or machine learning algos?
Yep. So I was using actually a couple different tools in my work. I worked with TensorFlow. TensorFlow was already public around then. But the nicest tool was actually CUD and then this one. It was fairly nice. I don't remember much stuff. I remember they had a very good implementation of LSTMs.
Can I get your advice on something?
Sure.
I'm building a boxing fight predictor using logistic regression. Newbie, I know.
Yeah. Logistic regression is like a default algorithm. Like, usually when you want to do ML, you always start with this one. It's usually good enough. It's also roughly interpretable, right? Because you have very simple weights for features. So if it's doing crazy stuff, you can just look at the weights and you can usually see.
So I got the dataset 1 fighter's name, height, reach, boxing style, and the dataset 2 fightera. Fighter outcome, method of win. Basic, but I don't know how to combine them into something useful.
This honestly seems like very straightforward, like classification. So you have a function that takes
Some variables are numeric, and some are text.
let's just call them A. So this is a function, I guess. Ah, you mean stuff like passing this data into the model. Yeah, so for logistic models, you usually have to. It depends how much data you have. Okay, so typically for logistic regression, you would continuous variables. You would model as a single variable. But I'm not sure if this is, but okay. If height is a number, right? So you'd have a number. You can normalize this to like some 0-1 range because this is also a number, and this is for style. If you have multiple styles, you would use one hot encoding. Yeah. So if you have like 4 different styles, you convert this into something that looks like 0, 0, 0, 0, 1, 0. And each position in this vector corresponds to a specific fighting style.
Like the boxing style would have southpaw, orthodox, freestyle. Just
Yeah.
words.
So this is how it would look like. So you would have one number for height, one for reach, and if the style is an enumeration of 6 different values, then you set all of them to 0 except the one which is actually active.
What if I take the height difference and he reach style? Would be simpler and better.
It depends on the real world problem. So if you imagine, for example, 2 small boxers and 2 tall boxers, if you imagine that everything is the same between them, you know, if you think the absolute value influences the result, you should use the absolute value. If you think only the difference matters, you can pass only the difference. A very important thing for you to do is to actually split your dataset into test and train part. This will actually give you like a good information whether your method is actually working well or not.
It seems like the answer requires domain knowledge.
Yeah, this is the thing with, you know, classic machine learning. You need experts. You need good to know what are the good features.
I'm excited for this project. Thanks.
This is cool for like learning machine learning.
Dear man, I feel like I lost some aura. I was this mysterious viewer. now I'm this dude who is just doing a basic logistic regression. I mean, I lost some aura when I said single moms.
Logistic regression is so it needs to be verified, right? After it finishes working, you need to look at the weights and ask yourself, does this make sense?
Low.
I don't want to, I don't want to suggest other techniques to you because, you know, it's good to try this stuff out first because trying other, you know, techniques. This is, by the way, when I was at the university, we also started with logistic regression. It's a very good kind of starting point to all other optimization techniques, like the ML optimization techniques. Okay, I will try to start a new sort of a main function. Actually, I don't know.
Some people use random forest.
Exactly, random forest is very good at competitions. It's the go-to technique if you want to just get good results. It's also fairly interpretable because you can generate like a random tree, look at the root, and look at what are the rules, like what is it looking at. You know what, I have to go make some tea, so I'll make a short break. Be right back.
Thank you. Well, I'm excused myself and go work on that project. See ya.
Hey, back. So good luck, winter sleep. I'm looking at how all of this works. On Windows, there is a lot of platform-specific setup before we do anything. But there is also this. And then we are initializing audio, we are initializing graphics. This process DPI awareness, we can move this here probably. Should probably still work. Then we are doing the register window class. It's probably still this setup. I hope this still works. I wonder if I have to release those handles. And then we have this connect XCB. Which I'm not sure should happen before you need Automat. This init root, which should probably be merged with Automat CC. I think this initialization, this should be part of this global main. what's happening afterwards. Okay, and then there is the window creation. So inside window we have those functions. This is something like an interface for the operating system. We can initialize Vulkan or not, if we choose to. Okay, then on Linux we are entering render loop. So this is actually processing messages from the XCB. And on Windows, we have an animation, right? Why do we have resize vulkan right after init? Strange. Okay, there is a difference because on Windows we have this rendering start. This starts a separate thread. Okay, so if there was rendering active, we will stop it, and then we are starting a new thread. It's probably unnecessary, but which just calls Vulkan Paint. In a loop. How do we paint here? If our main loop doesn't find any event, then we call paint. Interesting. So it seems like we could do this in a separate thread on Linux, just like that. Okay, and we are making sure to clear everything before we call vk destroy. This should be probably shared. So we know we can destroy. Then we are. We should change the order here. But anyway. So I'm considering two things. Either we could have a class which isolates platform-specific code. So when we start, we'll go into a unified code path that we'll just call platform-specific code whenever necessary. Or we could have a reusable class for Automat itself. And we'll have two separate main functions, one for each OS, that will kind of use Automat like that. I honestly don't know which is the better approach. I think I've seen this more. I also want to look at the main loops, because they seem pretty similar. Okay, what do we have? How the platform API could look like. We could try that. And then we have audio init, and I saw this code there, but should pass command line arguments, I see. this main thread ID. I wonder how can I pass arguments here. I have to unify control flow, so I cannot have argc and argv in the argument list here. Actually, we will get rid of init automat and stop automat. All of this is going to be part of the unified main. That main doesn't even have to be here. Sure, let's return something. Now we create the window. No, first we calling it Automat. Yeah, before we show the window. We should get rid of the init Automat. Yeah, none of that. Actually, we will remove automat.hh. Or maybe not. Let's keep it around. Just for a while. Okay, if we cannot load stuff, we can still run anything, whatever we want, so that's fine. Okay, init root. Can absolutely match this. All of this we will move to automat.hh. I knew it would be useful. I'll be right back. I didn't expect there would be so much cleaning after we implemented the basic automat. Let's replace this with include automatic change. So we will get rid of Automat thread soonish. We don't need anything like that. We will have some threads, those will be helper like worker threads, but not a single dedicated thread that runs all of the logic. The logic will be runnable on any thread. Okay, let's follow the Linux initialization. So we called this Okay, so we loaded the state, and now we would like to display an OS window. This window input is unused. I think we need something like that. And this is going to be platform specific, this create OS window. I will remove those virtual functions. It makes sense to actually keep them here, but this is too much at the moment. We'll do this later. Yeah, because this window, this is the window, maybe window is a bad name, we will rename this. Anyway, so we will have a function like this one, which will create the window, OS window. Okay, this should be this part. Then we should do Vulkan initialization. Include vk.cc. I really like this. I think it will be easier for us to clean up this threading situation now. Okay, now we will borrow a piece of code from Windows. Okay, this is all window creation. I actually want to see, why do we call this resize vulkan? I know I looked at it already, it just calls vk resize. This is the declaration, definition. Okay, we need to call this. Yeah, let's put those variables. We have to keep them somewhere. And this class seems like a good place. We also have the animation framework. Let's skip the animation framework for now. And this is actually meant to parallelize work. So when Automat starts up, here we initialize the window, right? But after that, we also have this audio, graphics, this initialization, loading the state could take a while. And the animation was meant to hide this latency. But it's almost zero, it's almost nothing. Automat starts instantly, so maybe we will kind of bring this back eventually. Blah, blah, blah. Okay. That should be a steady point. But okay, let's not change too many things at once. Look, all of our threads are suddenly in one place. So nice. Let's do it like that. Look, how nice, how consistent this is. Okay, next we need Vulkan paint. This code. Let's find this animation. We've implemented this, so why not use that? Need renderer. Screen refresh rate. I think we need a reference to the window to actually have this variable. Yeah, this is when we create the window. I like how cursor, it figures out everything for me. I think we need to pass window in a better way, but for now, I'm gonna use that. We can pass the same stop token. Okay, now is the point where we actually show the window to the user. Only after we start the rendering thread. Slightly different from Linux. So here we'll have main loop, and then okay, stop automat is a request. I removed init root. Oh yeah, apparently we need to hold the mutex to work on this stop token. I think instead of those stop token and stop sources, I could just use an atomic variable. Anyway. So this is the stuff that we have in Windows. Don't need this because we have our wonderful stop source. Okay, so the shutdown procedure, how does it look? First, we stop all execution. And then we save state. We release as many resources as we can, being nice to GPU. Then we have this madness. Yeah, all of that. This is not implemented anywhere. Okay. Here we destroy the Vulkan context. Here we close the window. Then we stop the audio. Interesting is that we didn't seem to use this H instance, prev instance, command line. Since none of this is actually used by us. Maybe this and CMD show. Here. We also had some of those libraries that we have to pull somehow. Or those. Okay, let's start getting this to run. What is this? Vertical scroll. I think when we release the window, it should automatically delete the OS window. For now, let's implement all of those things in the same file. I think here we should do the this is our main loop. So 1 and this is 2. Okay, disconnect XCB. Atom initialize. Okay. Connection. We need to pass a connection here. Cool.
Neko Nakuruma just followed on Twitch.
Hey, thanks for the follow. So we just got rid of the compilation errors. It cannot work right now, but why not try? If the compiler says there are no issues, okay, there are. Why are we including win HH? So this is a Windows specific piece of code. I think it's because of some of the includes. I must have included something weird here. Maybe the not this one. This one. Loading animation includes WinMain. Okay, we can actually work around that. We don't need it. Let's instead include a window. And that should fix it. Still 2 errors. Why are we including this stuff? We have to get rid of this, so let's see why do we need it. Oh, because it has the connection. It's a lot of the connection. I think this stuff and the stuff related to atoms I think those should be globals. Now we could also do those atoms. Maybe it is a bad name. It should be connect. names. I will move this here. This will be a static variable, by the way. Okay. I'm thinking about whether threading may cause a problem, because XCB connection should only be used from one thread. We can create many connections to X11, but once we establish a connection, we should be consistent about the thread that we use to communicate. And in keyboard, we are doing some XCB communication. Who knows? I could introduce a mutex here. That could actually help, yeah. A reentrant mutex, for instance. Okay, if there is a connection, we do nothing. And in this class, instead of including Linux main, we can include XCB. Let's look at mouse click. Why do we need Linux main? Same reason for XCB. And lastly, we have VKCC. What is the issue here? We actually need a reference to window here. Same here, we will need a reference to the window. So this surface init this and swap chain. Yeah, we need to pass the window reference because we are getting the... When we are displaying textures, we need to have a window reference to tell the operating system for which window we want to do the display. Okay, I'm thinking about different ways we could do this. I could add a method here. So Okay, other solutions. Okay, and this is another option. Or not Linux window, that will be XCB window. I think both, kind of. I think we need a new header for this, because this file is honestly way too long. Let's put the stanza. I think I will remove constructor. Langdi cannot create new files, unfortunately. But now it should work. So the terminology used by Skia is make. Make is used to create new instances of stuff. But for Windows, create, I don't know. Create seems nicer. Let's keep it make. So we have a private constructor that will just initialize root, and the make function that is actually going to initialize, like create a new window. Let's go here. I will move this root reference to the base class. Why can't I call private members? Did I mess up the names? No clue. Anyway, let's get back here. Yeah, we don't need XCD here. Cool. I have no clue. Anyway. We need swap chain and surface. They should be part of this OS window. Let's start with surface. I'll be right back. Okay, let's continue. Okay, so I don't want to mess too much right now, because just like merging all of the main code paths between Linux and Windows, it's already a lot of work. So I will just leave this as a to-do. So Vulkan is kind of like XCB. We have to first establish the connection to the library, because Vulkan is a library, and then we have to go through several hoops. To actually manage the objects through this connection. Okay, but now that we have our XCB window, we can dynamic cast. Unfortunately, we need the window as well. It should be part of XCB window, right? Yeah. Okay, I see. We have to make a friend or something like that. Very interesting. Did we forget about something important? Let's look at the surface in it. Okay, it seems that we can create surface correctly. XCP window 0. Oh yeah, we forgot about creating the actual window. Makes sense. So we've done this. We've connected to the XCD. Let's grab this function. I don't want to put any extra stuff in the header. I'd like to avoid that if possible. Okay, so when we connect, the next step will be to actually do this create window. I am going to just put all of this inline. I'm wondering whether to make this a method, like an instance method, because this is a static one. I want to avoid polluting this header though. Let's just make it a constant here. I'm a little bit afraid that when I hit tab and let cursor complete, it will mess up some of those magic constants. Okay, so we are changing the window position, size. This may seem strange, but sometimes crazy things happen, and distractors are called multiple times, especially for global variables. Okay, here we actually can return a null pointer, and that should properly close the window. I think this could work. But there is probably a better way to do it. We need X input, right? Yeah. So the stuff that Claude suggested wouldn't work, unfortunately, because from this function f, C++ has no mechanism to find the reply function. Yeah, so from this one, we need to call this, because this just returns a cookie. I think we'll do something similar. Grab those two. But instead of this, we will undefine this immediately. So instead of doing that, we will create an inline function. I want to get is No, this is not the right yet. There is a problem because I don't know the names of the arguments. I think this XI opcode should be initialized in a different place.
Mehatfoot says,
How? You can focus 5 each.
It's about making this enjoyable. If you can convince yourself that you are actually enjoying programming, and this is, I'm saying convince yourself because there is a little bit of, I would call this self-hypnosis here. Yeah, then you can do this kind of stuff. It's like playing games, essentially. If you can play Factorio for a couple of hours and enjoy it, you can probably do long programming sessions as well.
but it's hard to do it when you study at Dukemanji.
Studying, I think.
Not like you build something.
So I actually disagree. I actually think it's the opposite. I think it's easier to kind of convince yourself that you enjoy something when you study than when you build. Because when you actually want to do something, it's like a long series of roadblocks, setbacks. This is very demotivating. And you just have to get used to it, to kind of ignore this and still work. If you're just studying, you don't have anything that would like block you at any point.
That Nintendo says,
Your voice sounds like it's going out.
Yeah, sometimes it does that. But this is a good trick actually for studying. If you can it has to kind of come from you. Nobody can force you to do that. You kind of have to kind of work on your own brain and make it enjoy the stuff that you want it to enjoy. And it's possible. I'm going to extract this opcode somewhere. I think this is a better place actually.
You will drop in later if you are still on good to see you coding your life away, lol.
Yeah, this is, I would say, the least enjoyable type of coding because it's just moving, it's like moving furniture left and right. It doesn't really bring any new features, it just... We're literally trying to combine two large source files together. There's this one, Linux main, and Windows main, into a unified one. So annoying to make it work. Okay, so this XI opcode is now fetched in when we connect. So we can skip that. Okay, we can log errors. Just 3 more errors to fix. Okay, in these scan devices, we need to move this function from Linux main. Okay, we'll have this vertical scroll.
Nahad12 says,
Utilisez-vous les mathématiques en programmation? Si votre réponse est oui.
Let me translate. Oh yeah, if you can translate, that would be fine.
I'm sorry, wait, hot.
Patrick Nowak says,
Hello there, how do you find time to do this beside work?
It's easy. I quit work. As a programmer, you make a lot of money and you can create some budget and then stop working to have some time to work on other things. Otherwise, yeah, the work is normally much too mentally draining. Although it depends for some, depends for who. I hear that people who work on games usually do this after work. I couldn't. To me, that would be too much.
Mehad412 says,
Do you use mathematics in programming? If yes, what did you use?
A lot, actually. So this is an older version of Automat. Not older, it's fairly recent. It's just one that still compiles. For example, like everywhere, literally everywhere, the animation that opens and closes the eyes, the wiggly movement of the eyes, the stuff that I am very kind of proud of since recently is the shader for the connections, right? So the connections in this debug mode, they are very expensive to draw, so I cannot really redraw them every frame. So I take the old texture and I deform it. To make it kind of respond a little bit faster. You can see that those connections, they render at a terrible FPS. I mean, the whole thing is slow and glitchy, but it's still more snappy than it would be if we didn't have this texture bending. It's going to be faster soon, by the way, once we finish with multithreading. All the time, really. Math is extremely useful when programming.
Patrick Nowak says.
Do you like what you do?
Yeah, I mean, this is a hobby project. I probably wouldn't be doing this if I didn't like this. I would be gardening or something like that. This is sort of gardening, by the way. Okay, we had these scan devices. Should take in by reference. Cool. Scan devices is maybe a bad name, so I don't want to rename this. I will just leave a bunch of to-dos for now. I just want to get it to compile. I don't want to introduce too many changes to the code. Okay, so what do we do after we call scan devices? Okay, and this is it when it comes to create window. Okay, we still need to do those things. And then we set up the Vulkan. Okay, let's see if this runs now. Yeah, that was unlikely. Oh, because we didn't implement the main loop. Yeah, it's a fairly big missing feature. Main loop. So we actually did open the window and shown something. Just need the main loop, which is this one. And it's massive.
I found you BQs. I started programming myself a couple months myself. Can you give me some advices?
Let me think. So why do you learn programming? Why are you learning? Yeah.
I guess to get a better job. Do not know if it is a good reason, as I am working in tech, but infrastructure.
So this kind of stuff is... It helps if you... Linux is a big thing when it comes to like system administration. Linux is also kind of fun to use. It's just a nice operating system. Very fast. Especially if you have like an ancient PC. So that would be one advice that I would give you. It would be to install Linux and play with Rising. Yeah, this stuff. There is a whole subreddit about this. This is like more like a hobby, but it actually teaches you how the operating system works, and it has a nice side effect of like producing a really nice kind of desktop. Like silly stuff like managing services. The startup of the desktop is actually the same for many desktop and server operating systems.
Nice. I will take a look at that.
Yeah, when it comes to there is also another like section of the Linux world. I know about this. I know that it exists. I haven't been kind of playing with that, but there are a lot of people who get into something called Home Lab. And this is like hobby administration. Yeah, like buying old, server racks and setting them up in your, home. People may be kind of flexing with their hardware, but it's really not that expensive to get into. You will usually buy like ancient hardware. So it's usually even cheaper than kind of personal computers.
Abdrakuma says,
What was the last company you were working at?
That was Google, yeah. 2 years ago, I used to work at Google yet.
That is so cool.
Yeah, it's a cool place to work at, and many people don't apply there because I think there is a lot of... I'm looking for English words, sorry, I'm speaking so slow because I'm just not a native speaker. There is a lot of fear about, failing the interview or stuff like that. It's not that crazy. The tasks are very similar to stuff that you see at, how is it called? Lead code. I mean, it wasn't used like that. It's called data structure and programming, data structure and algorithms. Yeah, this is how it's called. Top Coder is another good website. I'm not sure if this is the original Top Coder. I actually never used Top Coder, but I used a very similar. I played in very similar competitions. Okay, I guess this is Top Coder. Yeah, so playing with some of those tasks. You do it for a year and you are guaranteed to pass the interview, basically. And they are fun tasks, like very... Nice thing about them is that they seem simple. They are very complex as you are trying to solve them, and then when you find the solution, it teaches you something, so something usable in other contexts. So it's a nice hobby, those Top Coder. Like even if you are not going to work at, Google or anywhere, this is just a fun hobby, solving those problems. This is like the advent of code. Very similar, actually, to Advent of Code.
Not sure if they are fun, but for sure they are schematic. Were you working in Pell?
I used to work in Poland and in Switzerland. Yeah. What's the current one? It's the current. Yeah, so this is how the tasks look. And they usually require you to implement some like simple algorithm. For example, here I see you have to type dots, probably to align everything somehow. Yeah, I don't know the rules. But this looks very much like a data structure and algorithms task. There is something like, you could see something like that on Google interview.
Patrick Nowak says,
Making you a better programmer? Those websites?
Yep. So this is not like the stuff that you see in Advent of Code. It's meant to be solved in a single day. It's just practice. The more you code, the less you have to think about stuff. More of the stuff becomes reflexive, like automatic. System event hooks, what's that?
Is there any project you would recommend that can teach you a lot?
Tutorials. Tutorials are the best. And the thing is, as you are going through the tutorial, after each chapter, like whatever you are learning in programming, after each chapter, you just spend a couple minutes or hours even playing with the new thing that you learned. So if there is like a chapter about arrays, try to play with arrays, see how large you can make them, how many of them you can make, can you trigger any errors, and going through tutorials.
What language do you suggest to use for
Like
these
that.
kind of interviews? I personally like CP, but it might be often annoying more manual work. I heard that people like Python since it is easier language.
So during the interview, sometimes you are asked to... So there are many things that the interview measures. It measures how well you can code, but on different aspects. There is these data structures and algorithms, that's one. But there is also your understanding of the language. And sometimes some companies require you to use a specific language because they want to see whether you know the syntax, whether you actually used this language. If you know one language, it's usually super easy to learn another one. So it's not a big deal. They are very, very similar, like one programming language to another. But still, some companies do that. In terms of writing code, Python is definitely shorter. The solution is usually half the volume, so it could be faster to write. It will be slower to execute. So if you are really in a competitive scenario where your code is actually going to be measured, then you will have an easier time in C++ or any other compiled language. The algorithmic part of... So if you're working with the computer interactively, the compiler can also tell you about the errors, like this stuff. If I was working in Python, I wouldn't see this, because the Python is not compiled. There is no compiler to tell me about those issues. Type checking, yeah. So type checking is a helpful thing if you're using an editor. But then again, if you're working on paper, it doesn't matter. Python should be fine then. Okay, I'm removing this system event hooks because it's not used anywhere from what I see. We need VK. Oops. Yes.
Patrick Nowak says,
I just saw you copying something from Stack Overflow. So even if you are pro, you keep using that? Not using ChatGPT or something?
It's not that different from ChatGPT, right? The Stack Overflow. is no VK here. Yeah, I use Stack Overflow a lot. It depends. So there are usually, if the documentation is good, I use documentation. For instance, Python. Python has great documentation. Like when I want to do something in Python, I usually check that first. But many languages just don't have like decent docs. And to learn how to do simple stuff, you have to use like search online for people asking this stuff. There are also some things in C++ that are like quite well documented in this CPP reference. Stack Overflow is kind of like a documentation that language authors were too lazy to write.
Adracormo says,
Sorry for disturbing your work so much, lol. Hope you don't mind it. You put my interest in Google now. Maybe I would try to apply in a year. Gee.
Yeah, it's cool. I saw, when I was at Google, I noticed that there are some universities where people just know that they can apply, so everybody applies. And there are many places where people don't even realize that. And so in terms of how good people are, like between good and medium and bad universities, honestly, I don't think there is that much of a difference. I guess it depends on the country, but in countries where education is free, it has to be pretty country specific. But in my experience, the type, like the level was very similar.
Patrick Nowak says,
Thanks for your replies.
Sure. Okay, this is the only place where window size is used. Yes. The implementation is even the same. Okay. Oh man, this is such a long function. This used to be a global variable. Maybe I can put it here. This will be root. we don't need that. That used to print some very interesting extensions sometimes, but
Adrakumo says.
Can you say where you studied? Also, was English level important there, Google?
I studied at in Łódź, in central Poland. Yeah, this university. Oh yeah, and that was the building where I studied. Not this one, the one in the background. It's just a school, nothing unusual about it. Okay, in the minimap there is an error here, but I don't see. Okay, here. Okay. This is such a spaghetti. I am not super happy about how this code looks. So window contains a list of pointers to pointers. Okay, it's a terrible name. I need to implement that. I mean, copy that from here. There's a very similar function on Windows. So now we don't need to reset the mouse pointer. It's going to be removed together with the toe. I think I need to figure out a better way to manage this.
It is weird. I enjoy watching you coding, but I have no idea what and why is going on.
It's nice to hear anyway, thanks. This is like ASMR, kind of. Just the sound of, you know, button presses. I feel like still there is a lot to be extracted. This mouse position on screen. Okay. Those functions, they are actually window specific. So they should be part of the window interface. Okay, I see the end. It's going to start compiling soon. And this should be simple. Just need an include. 7 errors.
Nice. Is that the goal for the day?
Actually, when I started the stream, I didn't have a very specific goal. So yesterday I had a couple of minutes, so I sat down and started doing some debugging on Windows. And I found some issues there, but they are tricky to fix. So instead of fixing them, I decided to do something easier. That will hopefully make it easier to fix them eventually. Yeah. So if we can do this today, yeah, I will be happy. I will absolutely be happy. Is this going to work? Unlikely. Okay, so this is not a goal for today, this is probably a goal for this week. Yeah. Crash. But it displayed something, and we got the new animation. It used to run only on Windows. Again, segmentation fault. This is because we're using multiple threads now. I think I moved everything from this file. Yeah, debugger will tell us what we missed. Look at that. 60 FPS. But the mouse is a little bit... So the power usage probably went down. Let me see. No, it's still at 100% CPU. Because we are not blocking, we should be blocking the main loop. The main loop is going crazy right now. Yeah. Multithreading. We didn't forget about anything. This is just... The error is because we are now rendering from a background thread. Okay, let's first fix the power usage issue. Yeah, we will switch to wait for event. Possibly. Can I interrupt this? Wait for event. Okay, we can send the event to ourselves. Nice. Yeah, so we will switch to wait for event. Be right back. Okay, I will be finishing now. So we kind of made it compile, which is an achievement, but I guess we will spend the rest of the week continuing this work. But now, the power usage. So this line is Automat is tiny, it's almost 0.
What time do you usually stream?
Let me see, do I have any sort of... I know there is a schedule somewhere here, I just don't know where. Blah blah blah. Schedule. Yeah, 11 AM. I'm usually fairly... Okay, I need to change this website to a different one. Anyway, there is a schedule at the bottom of the stream. Oh, you're on YouTube. Yeah. I guess I will have to figure out something. Maybe I will put something in here. So Monday, Wednesday and Friday. Anyway, I have to go. So until next time, we'll be finishing this stuff. Okay, see ya. Bye.